Recording is starting, and if everyone could keep their microphones on mute, that would be great. And I will now share the welcome presentation. Great. Okay, well, thank you so much to everybody for coming this morning. My name's Anna Francis, and I am part of the Energy Communities Repository team, which has been a great project to be involved in over the last couple of years. So yes, today we'll be talking about business plans, and I'm sure you've seen the agenda already, but just a quick recap. I'm going to give a very quick introduction to the Energy Communities Repository to start with. And I've mentioned the housekeeping rules around turning off your microphone and recording. Then we have Sarah Schäfer from Bürgerwerke in Germany, who will be talking about photovoltaics on public buildings. We have Luís Cachinho from Coopernico in Portugal, who will also be talking about community solar in Portugal. We have Ioanna Angelaki from Electra Energy in Greece, who will be talking about the toolbox of financial models and business plan resources that are being developed under a program called Life Loop. And hopefully there's lots of useful models and information there for you. We have Josip Biber from ZEZ Green Energy Cooperative in Croatia, who will be talking about business models for solar projects in the Balkans using ZEZ as the example, but then also looking briefly at other models that they've been looking at elsewhere in the Balkans. And obviously one of the main things today, as well as hearing these really inspiring stories, is that there's lots of time for questions and answers so that we can all be learning from this. Great. And just to say that, as you can see from the agenda and the information that we've circulated, today we'll be mainly talking about community solar. But obviously there's lots of different business models for community energy. And in a moment, I'll be mentioning some of the resources on the repository website, for example. And there you can really find lots of information about different types of business models, for example, looking at community heat, at community wind, at hydro and things like that. So just to say that although we're focusing on PV, which is one of the most popular business models for community energy, there are lots of different ways to do this, obviously. And again, there's lots of different resources that you're welcome to have a look at. Okay, so as you may be aware, there have been two initiatives to support energy communities. I've been part of the Energy Communities Repository team, and that's been focusing on urban communities. And then we've been working in partnership with the Rural Energy Community Advisory Hub, who have been focusing on rural communities. And as I referred to earlier, we launched the project almost 2 years ago now, and then it's coming to a close at the end of this year. And then over the next year or so, there should hopefully be the European facility that will be taking on some of these great activities or building on what's been achieved under these two initiatives. Sorry. So how has the repository been supporting energy communities? Well, one of the things we've been doing is policy analysis, and on the website now there are some great country fiches which look at the kind of regulations and the opportunities in each country. So I definitely recommend looking at those if you haven't already. We also have been doing mapping and impact assessment. And again, if you haven't registered your energy community on the website and added your details to the map, I would really encourage you to do so, because we really want this map to be as comprehensive as possible and to really have it as this central place where people can go and be like, well, what's happening in my local area? You know, what are people doing, and getting inspired. The other thing the map has is a range of best practices or good practices, again, that you can search for by technology, for example. So it's really a great resource to kind of get the information and get inspired and learn from others. And then we've also been providing technical assistance to a wide range of different communities across Europe, working with national experts such as Coopernico and ZEZ, who are going to be speaking in a moment. And yeah, for me, it's just been really great to sort of hear the stories of the energy communities that have applied for technical assistance and then have had this really great exchange and support with these national experts, and then have been able to start developing projects and put things into place. It's been really inspiring. So before I finish, just to mention that on the Energy Communities website, there's lots and lots of really useful resources. As I mentioned, there's good practices. There's a list of EU projects and initiatives which you can easily look at and find information, for example, about, biomass community heating, for example. There's information about one-stop shops, and then there's a very, very comprehensive toolbox with over 120 different resources looking at a wide range of different aspects of community energy. So I really recommend going there and having a look. And then we have a few upcoming events. On the 9th of November, we have the Citizens Energy Forum organised by the European Commission in Dublin. And I've just heard that there are a few places remaining for that. If people want to attend in person, you can also attend online. On the 10th of November, the Energy Communities Repository and Rural Energy Community Advisory Hub have our final event together. Unfortunately, that's already been there's no more places for people to attend in person, but you can attend online. And there's some really, really interesting panels and discussions. So we would love you to attend if you are available. That would be great. On the 23rd of November, we have our penultimate webinar looking at legal frameworks, drivers and barriers for energy communities. And we'll be putting the presentation and the recording on the website so that all the links are there. And then in early December, we'll have our final webinar on financing energy community projects. And just to say that the previous webinars we've done around, for example, cities and citizens, and some other ones are also on the website. So you can go back and look at some of the previous recordings if that's useful, and the presentations and resources. Great, thank you. So without further ado, I'll hand over to our first speaker, who is Sarah. Let me just stop sharing. Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
I'll try
Sarah.
to share my screen. That should be working, I guess. So, Anna, could you give me a short feedback? You are seeing the screen already, right? Do you see my present? Ah, perfect.
Yeah,
then works perfectly fine.
Nice orange color.
Yeah, that's that's typical for everything that has to do with Bürgerwerke, because every other eco-energy supplier uses green, so we decided to use yellow as this is closer to the sun or something. So we are right into solar projects. As Anna said, I'm Sarah from Bürgerwerke, now in Heidelberg, Germany. And I'd like to introduce to you the Bürgerwerke Cooperative, who is in fact an umbrella cooperative for many local energy communities all throughout Germany. And a couple of years ago, I was wondering how I could multiply my own effect against climate crisis and for energy transition. And that's when I met all of these people. And that's our first assembly after COVID. So people were a bit hesitant to join in person. So this is just a small part of the representatives of our local energy communities. But as all of these people here stand for projects on solar projects on public buildings, stand for citizen wind energy, also for hydropower. And each and every one of them in their area in Germany is an expert on their local energy transition. And as different as these people are, they all share a basic or a core assumption that we are all well aware that the climate crisis is humanity's greatest challenge today. That's probably nothing I have to tell you here. And that our actions now and in the coming years will completely determine how much the climate crisis will shape our lives, our society, and our environment for us and for future generations. And all these people are committed to ensuring that 100% renewable energies become a reality as quickly as humanly possible, because we think that this is the only plausible path to effective climate protection. And therefore, we at Bürgerwerke, we work every day in different parts of Germany on the energy transition in the hands of citizens. And this is like the factor that's different to probably other communities. Because we are convinced that the energy revolution will only succeed if everyone can participate. And this is, besides our idea of strengthening or making our local energy community stronger, this is like the second big idea that we all share, that we have to give citizens, like people like you and me, the opportunity to join the energy revolution as easy as possible. And that's what we are trying to do. So the energy transition in the hand of citizens, how do we do it? I brought to you a quote. I left it in German, at least on the screen, because it's such an important quote, and to translate it, roughly translate it to what one person cannot do alone, many people together can accomplish. And that's like what a lot of energy cooperatives, at least in Germany, have in mind. And that's the idea that they are built on. And that's exactly what happened under the umbrella of Bürgerwerke, because by joining forces, we as a Bürgerwerke community are now able to supply people all over Germany with green power. And by that, we help the local energy cooperatives grow. So it's like a circuit that I'm going to explain later in a minute. And Bürgerwerke is actually an association of energy cooperatives who joined forces to become this green power supplier in the hands of citizens. And Bürgerwerke umbrella cooperative mainly handles the supply of electricity for their members at cost price, so that the added value remains with the local energy cooperatives. And I just heard that almost everyone is celebrating like a 10-year anniversary, and so do we, because about like 10 years ago, the idea was born. So just as individual citizens get together and start an energy cooperatives in their area, in 2014, 9 energy cooperatives from Germany came together and joined forces because they wondered how they could supply energy from their power plants to their members and other people directly. And instead of founding 9 different energy suppliers who would only locally be present, they decided to found the Bürgerwerke EG as an umbrella cooperative for German energy cooperatives. So instead of having 9 different customer services, they have a central one, me standing in the office of our customer service. And instead of figuring out the laws and regulatories, which are quite complicated in Germany, they didn't have to do it 9 times, but one team takes care of that for all the cooperatives and so on. The possibilities are endless when it comes to marketing, especially online marketing. We all can centralize that in one place. So as I said, 9 cooperatives started in 2014, and nobody believed that that would work, actually. But we figured it out how to build both a cooperative network and a green electricity supplier in the hands of citizens. That, by the way, being a power plant on a brewery, a local brewery, and that's what we try to do in each area: find the biggest roofers and the biggest places to build our plants. And as I said, 2014, we started with 9 cooperatives. Meanwhile, more than 120 cooperatives are a member of Bürgerwerke, and more than 50,000 people from all over Germany have joined the community, making Bürgerwerke Germany's biggest network of energy citizens. And what's energy citizens? Energy citizens for us includes both our green energy customers of EcoGas or our green energy, as well as the members of the local energy cooperatives. So you can do one without the other. You can get our green power without being a member of our local community, but a lot of people decide to do both. And we started with 20 power plants and now have over 1,400. And most importantly, by teaming up, we are able to supply citizens all over Germany with electricity from solar, wind, and hydropower, and also, meanwhile, sustainable ecogas. And all of that is supporting our goal to build a renewable, regional, and self-determined energy supply in the hands of citizens. And in 2018, we hit break even, and that was the point where we just could have gone on like it was, like grow steadily but slowly. But as we discuss everything within the network of our cooperatives, we also discussed that, and we all together decided to to grow even bigger, to have more impact, and that's what we are now on. We are now on the path we doubled our team size, we gained a lot more cooperatives, we built way more plants, and this is our path to growth that we're on at the moment. So hopefully in a couple of years, this will even look more orange all over Germany. So I said the Bürgerstrom circuit or the Bürgerwerke circuit. How do we do that? Like we say we close the Bürgerstrom circuit, and Bürgerstrom being the brand name of the green power that we supply. You could say citizen power as well. And you already heard, or you already know, probably from your own experience, that local energy cooperatives, like the Bürgerwerke cooperatives, build green power plants, and the Bürgerwerke cooperatives built over 1,400 of them. And of course, these plants produce green power, or as we call it, Bürgerstrom. And we as the Bürgerwerke umbrella cooperative, we take care of the power supply. So we make sure that the power in the end comes to the energy citizens at home. As easy as that. And as I said, we do that at cost price. So therefore, the added value remains with the local energy cooperatives. And this in the end closes the circuit, because the energy citizens support the local energy cooperatives through energy usage, because with every kilowatt hour they consume and also by a fixed price per customer, they get like money back. Or the energy citizens directly invest in the local cooperatives. And as I said, mostly people decide to do both, or they maybe want to join the local energy cooperative and be an active member. And then, of course, the circuit starts all over again. The local energy community, through the investments, has more money, can build more plants, produces more Bürgerstrom. You get the idea. And we see ourselves and also the Bürgerwerke customers, both of these parties, not only our active members of the communities, but also the Bürgerwerke customers, as an integral part of the energy citizens movement, because by purchasing electricity, customers are now a valuable part of the growing of the circuit, and contribute to the expansion of renewable energies in their own regions and throughout Germany, without maybe being able to build a plant on their own, because maybe they don't have a roof or they don't have the means to do it. Easily by within 5 minutes, you can switch to Bürgerwerke power and be sure to support the people in your area actually who build the plants and make the energy revolution in your area.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yes, we will do questions, but we'll do it once Sarah's finished, if that's
Okay.
okay.
I only have one more slide, so questions can be asked then. Because as I said in the beginning, we are convinced that the energy revolution will only succeed if everyone can participate, and therefore we ensure that in the community of citizens, each individual can make a contribution. And we usually separate between these three ways to participate: as a customer, as a member, and or as a customer. And because again, you can choose to do everything just as I did. And yes, as a customer, obviously in Germany, you can choose a cooperative, for example, the one nearby or another one that you find nice, to support automatically with every kilowatt hour consumed. And you can also become an active member in your local cooperative and or join the Bürgerwerke team in Heidelberg, for example. And to profit from the energy transition financially as well, you can also invest in any local cooperative or become a crowd investor. We did the crowd investing this year, and investments in the local cooperatives often start at about €100. And it doesn't matter whether you buy 1 or 2 shares or 5 or 20, you will have one voice or one vote in the assembly, the yearly assembly. And what we see at the moment is that, especially in these times, many people kind of watch helplessly as the climate crisis continues to progress and wish they could do more. But especially if you don't have the means to build a power plant yourself, this low-level concept of participation, as we try to do it, feels empowering for many. And just as you do it in your everyday life, just as small as the actions of one person might be, together in a community, we can multiply this effect. So thank you for your attention.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Sarah. It's really, really inspiring. I love seeing all those orange dots populating the map. The future is definitely orange in Germany. Brilliant. Thank you. I think as we're a smallish group, maybe people can put their hands up and then for the Q&A so that we can get some questions. And perhaps, Sarah, if you don't mind stopping sharing so we can see people,
Yeah,
that
sure.
would be good. Great. Bernard, you're the first person.
Hello.
Hi.
My first question is the cash flow. So you said you sell the price to customers for a fixed price at costs, but costs differ. So
Yeah.
which costs do you take then?
Yeah.
I mean, the construction are different. And then if you give them like, let's say, a relative cheap price, how exactly does this money go back to the energy cooperatives? You said investment, but how does specifically does it look like?
Yeah, I'm sure. The first question, we have different prices all throughout Germany. So we calculate the prices on like in every area, the costs for us are different. So in every area, like in the Postleitzahlengebiet, you have a different price more or less, and like we have the price in which we have our costs, the costs of the Bürgerwerke team in Heidelberg on top, like the shared costs, and then what goes back. So for every customer, it's different, and or in every area, it's different. And as the money goes back, the thing is, of course, as a member, you can invest in Bürgerwerke as you would as a person in your local cooperative, but with the energy supply, it's the case that it differs from like the cooperatives get a fixed price per customer that they acquire or that is connected to them in their area. And then with every kilowatt hour consumed, there's a fixed price of for the power, it's 0.5 cents per kilowatt hour consumed that goes back. And this is like calculated, I think, monthly or quarterly, and then goes back to the cooperatives. Yes. And I think by the name, you might be German.
No,
No?
I'm Austrian.
Damn. Because I could have explained it even better in German, so you could have called me in the afterwards.
I will.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions for Sarah? I mean, I had one around, so with the citizens' investment, how does that work? That means that they can then buy the energy, they can join their local cooperative. Do they get a return on their investment as well?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. It depends. Like at Bürgerwerke umbrella cooperative, you only can become a member if you are an energy cooperative. So that's the one thing. And there was the wish by our customers to invest in the whole Bürgerwerke community on themselves. So we did a crowd investing last year, and they will get back. I had to look up, like it's fixed for 7 years, and then they get back with their percents, their share. And the other thing is that you can become, if you're a customer or not, you can become a member of any of our local energy cooperatives. And there's the point, you can buy a share or you can buy 5, whatever you want. And depending on the shares, you either get like you get it back, or sometimes the assembly together decides to reinvest the money. This depends on every cooperative, but is decided together every year in the assembly. So it really differs.
Brilliant, thank you. Charo. Charo, do you have a question? Your hand is up. Maybe not. I don't know. Does anyone else have any final questions before Sarah? Yes.
I'm not
There we are.
familiar with this meeting
Don't worry.
program. I use usually Zoom. Do
Yeah,
you?
it's a bit different.
I didn't find the micro to open it. Sorry. Do you address energy poverty?
Yeah, this is one of the projects that we like do on the side, because I wanted to say to Bernhard already, the Bürgerstrom is really not the like the low cost energy you can have here. So that's the one thing. But we, as far as I know, but it's a different team, or that's a different, like some of our cooperatives on their own address different projects. So it's not we as a Bürgerwerke team who does it, but we have several cooperatives who join forces on this topic. So I might not be the expert, but that's where we separate the work, so that not everyone has to do it, but there's like a work group who does it.
Okay. If you could provide more information by writing, it would be good for us, because our principal aim in our community energy is poverty energy in Seville, in Spain.
Yeah. That's not our main focus, like for the umbrella cooperative, but I know that some of our cooperatives do that, and I can try to find out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you. It's a good point. Some of our speakers will be mentioning it as well later, I think. And again, we've got some good resources and some good case studies on the repository website. So I definitely recommend looking there as well. Unless there's any other questions for Sarah, I would just like to say thank you very much. It was really, really inspiring to hear your story, and we hope to, invite you back in a future moment and see even more of those amazing projects populating that map. So, thank you so much
for
your
having
time.
me, and I will watch the other talks online.
Okay,
Then. Thank you very much.
Great.
Bye.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, great. So without further ado, I'll pass over to Luis from Coopernico.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So I will start sharing my screen. Please let me know when you start seeing the presentation.
Yeah, it's there. It's perfect. Nice green color.
Yes, yeah, no, we're going back to the trend. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Cachinho, and I will be speaking on behalf of Coopernico and try to present the business case for our energy community and how we grew up these cooperatives. So, yes. So, like Bürgerwerke and also ZEZ and a lot of energy cooperatives that here, we make our 10-year anniversary this year. So we started also in 2013, and we are the first renewable energy cooperative in Portugal, and now and for a long time we were the only, but now the trend is changing, hopefully, and more energy cooperatives are starting to blooming in Portugal. So we are more than the 4,400 members that have been joining, and that can be joined by purchasing free shares of the cooperative. Uh, which is a total of 16 euros. And these numbers here are our main activities that I will explain further. We invest in renewable energy installations, mainly PV, like Anna said, and also we are electricity supplier, and which we do in the free market, and we do buy for our clients, and also we support and promote energy communities, which is the main reason why I do this presentation today by invitation of the repository, which we thank you the invitation. So, starting from the beginning, and I want to tell you how we started and the motives. So, the cooperative started in a group of 16 friends that were very worrying about climate change and environmental issues, and wanted to invest their savings responsibly. So they wanted to, instead putting that money into a bank or a financial product, they wanted to invest in something that would promote benefits for everyone and not for profits. So for that model, to achieve that mean, the model was identified, which was creating a renewable energy cooperative that everyone could be the owner of the cooperative, and so try to develop projects that not that were not aimed for profit, but yes, for social and environmental benefits. And so after that, we've been developing several activities. But yes, the main focus here was to change the paradigm about how we produce energy and how we could involve the citizens could participate in the energy sector, because in the 2013 this was very, very closed, in which the energy production transmission was dominated by economic group with large companies which aimed for profit and not included citizens. And so with our cooperative, we wanted to make that change, to make a energy system that was more renewable, democratic, decentralized, in which everyone could participate and everyone could invest and have a say about how we produce energy. So then after these 10 years, we developed these three main activities, and today I will be more focused on this one, on the production. So like I said, our members invest in the renewable production projects, which is mainly more photovoltaic, and for individual self-consumption in social entities, public buildings, and this was our main activity for the first 6 years. And then we started to be the energy supplier in the free market, and to be also the first non-profit entity to do that. So we do, and we being also the most one of the most attractive supply offers in Portugal, that has the energy tariff that is lower than the most of the other companies who do that service. And also, Coopernico is a partner in, since the Coopernico is involved in several European projects, and being also part of Riscoop, uh, we do a lot of energy service that promotes a more sustainable and more efficient use. We want to prove that knowledge to these people. So back to the first one, we have more than 36 projects in all Portuguese mainland, uh, into different energy business models that I'm going to explain shortly. And this one we did in the first years of the cooperative, and the second one was most after the regulation change in 2019, which made us to rethink our model. So we have more than 2 megawatts, and we invest already in the 2.1 million euros in these projects. So we have more for planned to the end of this year, and proudly we can say that also Portugal and the Copernico opened last week the first collective self-consumption investment in to buildings from the municipality, and to do that collective self-consumption in the first place, and then we want really that evolves into energy community. So how you get that money to do these installations? Well, like I said, our members, we have a lot of our members who are willing to invest and to put this money, instead putting into a bank or to putting into a financial product. We get, they want to invest this in our renewable energy projects that help promoting green energy, and also decentralized in Portugal. And we have and as for interest rate, that it's not the highest in the economical and financial instruments, but that's not the main drive here. The main drive is already as not for financial, but yes, for environmental and social benefits. So our projects have our projects are very followed by our members, and normally our investments tend to close in 1 hour or even less. So there's really a very interest in these business models. So the first one that we did, I will try to explain very shortly to not fall off the time. And the first one, it was the that we did for the first years, in which the social entity, the final client, lent us the roof, and Coopernico did all the installation, the purchase, and is the owner of the installation for 8, 10, 12 years. And with that, it injected energy into the grid, and then we received a feed-in tariff in the as a compensation, in which we will pay our members that compensation. So in terms of the and to compensate that also the client, we pay the rent for these 8, 10, 12 years as a part of contribution, and after the contract uh, ran out in these years, we offer the installation back to the social entity. So this client would benefit from the system also in the years of the contract, but mostly after the contract is run out. So this was the first one, and we received this one was in terms of risk was represented a little bit less, and so we with this income we paid our members back by with a interest rate of 3-4%. But that had to change in 2019 because it was focused. There was no more feed-in tariffs for these for the injection of the grids, but it was more central, more focused on the self-consumption of the building. So we had to rethink our model and also to make that possible for this where we continue to do our projects. So instead of injecting to the grid, we put that for self-consumption, and the entity we installed the building, and we sell the energy that is produced back to the client that we sell with a tariff that is lower than the tariff that is purchasing right now, and so that the client would benefit from this reduction of tariff, and part of it, that energy is saving, and then with that energy that this client buy from us, we pay our members back. So as you could imagine, this model has a little more risk than the first one, because that means it's the depends of the energy that is consumed by this building, and also the ability to pay for those bills. And of course we do that in the evaluation of the project in the beginning, but yes, it carries a lot more risk, and we need to also to pay our members, and also we do and make the balance in the end of in the general assemblies. So, like I was saying, our main partners here are cooperatives, local cooperatives, agriculture, foods, and so on. Also, social solidarity institutions, schools, municipalities, and also companies that has the same values that Copernicus. So, in order to promote also this green energy and social inclusivity, and we do also these projects for them. And that was the first. In the second, like I said, we had we had a dream uh, that came through in 2020, in which was the first social enterprise to supply electricity in all mainland Portugal. Unfortunately, we could do that in our islands, but in the mainland, we are the first non-profit entity to supply energy contract. And that was also possible because our members invested and our members lent us the money to become a supplier. And so we are also one of the most cheapest electricity offers in Portugal that enables and also that is according to the needs of the market. And we are growing in terms of this activity. We have more than the 3,600 contracts. So the need is increasing, and the people also want to have a lower energy price, which we believe it's the most basic, one of the basic needs for a living. So, and finally here. We also do several energy service because Coopernico is involved in several European projects in which some of them you might recognize here that help fight against energy poverty and promote energy communities. So we try to be very close to our members and provide these services. And also we purchase the member surplus energy for their self-consumption. So we are an aggregator in the market, and we put that because also to give this benefit from our members that they inject that energy to the grid and they can be compensated with that money. And most of all, energy promoting energy communities, which is the reason why of this invitation that to be in the energy communities repository. And here we do. Sorry about that. Uh, we do that promoting several activities. First, we help our members to implement their support their projects with the sizing of the first solar installation and to see how much energy is shared for everyone and the support for registration and also the everything the regulations and the documents that it is needed for implementation of this project. The second one, we believe also is very important, is the information, the empowerment of our community, our members, local associations, and municipalities. We believe that these these types of members and these agents can be very important to promote and to be also a promoter of these projects. So we give them training, formation, and training information activities, training activities for them, so they can also uh, put can also start their own projects. And finally, with all that knowledge that we gather from European projects, we are we advise our regulatory entities and to be to try to make law changes and to promote policy between them to so that can be a more democratic energy system in Portugal. And so finally, as a lasting appeal to everyone, and probably also the Portuguese people that are in the audience. So, in order to promote the energy transition, we invite you to become a member of Copernico, and so be part of these movements, and also to start a collective self-consumption project to be able to share your energy with your neighborhoods and start to do that to do those steps and promoting starting working with local associations also in order to find the bridges and the synergies between everyone and so that could support a fair and more transparent energy sector. So that concludes my presentation. and I'm available for any questions that you might have. And sorry if I was a
Brilliant.
little bit late.
No, that's great. Thank you so much. It's really interesting to see how your business model has evolved over time with the removal of the feed-in tariff and becoming a supplier. That was really, really interesting. Thank you. Are there any questions? Do people want to put up their hands if you have a question? I mean, one of the questions I had for you was around the supply side. So, for example, I know I was involved in a project in the UK doing something similar. Basically, the issue was balancing supply and demand because a lot of the projects that we were involved in, and Coopernico as well, are solar PV, and obviously that's producing during the day. And then most of the customers that wanted to buy our energy, they were getting home at night, putting on the, they needed the energy in the evenings. And one of the issues that we found looking at the supply side was that we then, to match that demand, we had to buy energy, on the market, and that was and because of that, we had to buy it on the energy futures markets. It created a huge amount of uncertainty and also had price vulnerability. And so yeah, it was a very, very tricky thing to get right. So I just wondered how you guys get around that. Yeah.
Yes, we also had that challenge, especially in the 2021 when we started when we started in 2020. We had we're about to start this service. COVID happened, and so everything had to make us change this in regarding how we could supply it. And in terms of providing an offer that could be was possible for these people that were more at home. And then in 2021, it was a very challenging year because the gas crisis started. And like you said, the uncertainty was very high, and Portugal was no different. We had a lot of high prices in our market because, like I said, with Coopernico, because of that crisis, had to make a shift from to put that index tariff, so that was changing according with the market. And with that, sometimes we suffered because the prices were very high. And yes, we try to be as more transparent and more truthful as possible by being saying that unfortunately these prices are very, very high right now, and probably you might have to search for other suppliers. But yes, some people still stayed with us because they believe in our offer. They believe in our cooperative, so they stayed. And yes, that changed in 2000 in the beginning of this year because the market prices also tried to go very, very low, and people starting to have to benefit from these low prices. We have negative electricity bills, even like it was very astonishing, and people so for that they could start benefiting that, and we do that. And now, yes, we did as that model in order to try to match that need, and especially to also have people special from energy poverty to go along.
Brilliant. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Lewis before we pass on to Ioanna, who will be talking about the different models? Yeah, it was interesting what you're saying about the interest rate as well. We had the same thing in the UK, but I mean, actually, even 3% is often better than you can get at a bank anyway, isn't it? So, it's not only you're getting an okay return and you're doing something good with your money. So it's,
Yes, it's
still got an
mostly
appeal.
now.
Yeah.
Yes, not now. It's most that interesting, and we try to also adapt that for that occasion. But even that for the financial products is still very interesting. That's why our projects normally close in the 30 minutes, 1 hour, because really the willing to invest is very, very high.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Thank you. Really inspiring. Great. Thank you so much. And we'll be sharing all the presentations on the website. So if you want to follow up or look in any more detail, then that will all be available there. Thank you so much, Lewis. Right, so now we'll pass over to Ioanna, who'll be talking about some of the models that she's been looking at under the Life Loop program. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's really nice to be among you. Actually, Anna, I have an issue with my connection, so would it be easier for you to share my presentation? Because I'm not sure that...
Yeah, sure. I will. I've got it open. I'll share my screen. Just tell me when you want it to be changed. Because obviously when I share my screen, I can't see anything anymore. So yeah, let me know.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah,
is it coming up okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Great. Thank you very much again. So yeah, I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm Ioanna, representing Electra Energy. Today I will present to you some financial and business models, resources, which we have been collecting in the context of the Life Loop project. And now in this first slide, and the next one, I'm going to be sharing with you a few words about Electra Energy. Electra Energy is an organization, and specifically its legal form, it's a social cooperative enterprise based in Greece and working since 2016 for the transition to a democratic, inclusive and sustainable energy system with citizens at its core. Yes, just to say here that we are not an energy community, but an organization supporting energy communities in Greece and the Balkans. Our legal seat is in Athens, and we have recently launched our second office in the Ioannina city in the north in Greece in order to strengthen our collaboration with our neighbors in the Balkans. Now, in the other slide, in the next slide, we can see how exactly we support energy communities in Greece and the Balkans. We do that through 4 pillars, through 4 core activities, if I might say. First, through research, and specifically action research, as we investigate the community energy business models of financing, governance, issues such as the social acceptance and the energy poverty mitigation. But those issues are studied at both theoretical and practical levels, as we are also members in these energy communities that we support. We also support energy communities to develop their projects. Moreover, in all the projects, we try to incorporate also capacity building activities, because there are a lot of people that they are not familiar with the concept of community energy still. And finally, we also work on monitoring and improving community energy policies, targets, and strategies in the national level. Now, in the next slide, you can see that we are members of a wide range of organizations, RESCOPEU, the European Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives, recent member of Building Better Lives and Community Power Coalition. And now I'm going to share with you a few words about Life Loop project in order to get a better idea about the project. So Life Loop aims at strengthening the collaboration between energy communities, citizen-led initiatives, and local authorities. As these entities are working at the local level for advancing local economy, for protecting the local environment, and thereby they constitute, let's say, natural partners. So we try to strengthen their relationship in order to help them to develop more projects together for community energy projects. Now, in the next slide, you can see more specifically the Life Loop objectives. Yes, the first one is to build capacity, to empower local and regional governments, as I mentioned before, and the residents to engage in new partnerships We try to incentivize wider participation through a community energy-friendly training and a work program for municipalities. We also try to do that by creating and developing a resource library. And from this specific objective, I'm going to share with you the business models that we have collected already. And we try also to develop matchmaking tools to bring together energy communities and municipalities. We also ensure that in all these activities that we do in Life Loop, that all the genders and abilities are empowered to participate on equal terms in energy communities. And finally, we try to reduce regulatory hurdles for community energy development in local governments. In the next slides, you can see the thing that I mentioned earlier, that in Life Loop and specifically through work package 5, the community energy toolbox, we're developing templates, guidelines, a resource library, and the matchmaking tools that I mentioned before, in order to facilitate energy communities and local authorities to build and establish new partnerships. So in the next slide, you can see some of the most, let's say, widespread financial models. The first one is the self-financing, which practically means raising capital from the members of the energy community to self-finance the project or services. So in return, members become owners of the project or the community itself, including controlling power. They also receive a share of the available profit, if there is any, because we have a lot of energy communities, and specifically in Greece, that they don't have a profit. In the second one, we can see also one thing more to add in the self-financing is that we in this specific business model, in this specific financial model, we build a long-term support and involvement of the projects of the members in the projects in the community itself. And the next one is the local authority support. And as I mentioned earlier, municipalities constitute the natural, let's say, partners of energy communities. They can play a really significant role in granting access to public domains, in allowing for the necessary permits, and generally promoting the initiatives. But also in financing matters, local authorities can significantly help again. They can do so in different ways, for example, providing municipal guarantees for energy communities, which apply for a bank loan, let's say, or by investing in collective action in the local energy transition, while partnering with the energy community. So again, creating a long-term support and involvement in the community projects. Another financial model is the debt financing. Now, on the contrary to the previous one, the actors providing you with the debt financing are actually trying to see if they get the money back. So we don't have a long-term relationship here. So you agree the period of time for the payback. And I have also included here that in the Southeastern Europe, the banks have limited experience with energy communities. So it is something for us that we're not really familiar with, because it's really hard for us to apply for a back loan, and especially without support from public authorities and etc. The final one is the grants, the category of grants. As you can see, there are different kinds of grants at the EU, national or regional level. While in debt financing, investors expect a return of their investment. A grant is money, let's say, that you get for free, but this is not totally true because you have to do a lot of investigation to apply for a grant. And sometimes the administrative requirements could be a barrier in applying for them. But again, it's a solution. And I have included also here some subcategories: donations, public support schemes, and awards. There are a lot that we can discuss about public support schemes and donation and awards, but I will keep it this way and we can discuss it more afterwards. And in the second slide, I have included some useful resources in the next one. Thank you, Anna. So here we have included some useful resources for developing your financial models. All of them are already available in the Energy Communities repository, but also are available in the LifeLoops website. So you can visit them and review them there. And in the next slide, we can see about the business models. Yeah, thank you, Anna. Here, try to. Actually, I wanted to present you only 3 examples because there are also, again, a lot of examples to say and present to you, but we don't have a lot of time. So I choose these 3. So the first one is the local renewable energy generation and supply, where the energy community can be the producer and can be the supplier as well. In many cases, it's we have also the part that the energy communities can have microgrids or own distribution networks. And this model also promotes sharing of distributed generation between prosumers and others. With demand-side management systems or time use tariffs, it's let's say the most common one in the Europe, yes, the most common and most popular one, I would say. Now the one that we use mostly in Greece is the second one, the collective self-consumption, which is again not for profit. And the thing is that let's say in Greece, in most energy communities, and specifically in the one that I'm participating here in Ioanna city, the energy produced from the collective photovoltaic that we have is not sold, but is offset against the energy community consume, and the user only pays the difference if in case he consumes more than he produced, or pays nothing in case he produces as much as he consumes or more. And I have to note, and I have to say here that this is not about the let's say the services, the charges that comes with the bill, but only for the energy produced. So it's not totally free every time, but it's significantly reduced. So we're really lucky to have this specific flexibility here in Greece, but we are sure that it's not going to last forever because we have a lot of issues with with our DSO. And the last one is the peer-to-peer energy trading platforms. So actually, it is an exchange of energy surplus among prosumers and the neighbor, or virtually without any limitation to location. So it could be an additional revenue streams for energy communities who can trade surplus electricity within the community or among several communities. I think that we know already because we had the example of Sarah, so we know about this. And the next slide, again, you can find some resources that we have collected. It's only 3 again, but we have a lot of resources also in the Energy Communities repository about business models and financial models. So you can visit the sites and see. So in the next slide, I'm just saying exactly the same thing, that you can see and search for more resources in both websites, and we'll be happy to help you with this research and to guide you through. And this is also our website, and I think that's it for me. Sorry if it wasn't only 10 minutes, Anna.
And no, it's perfect timing. Great, thank you so much. So yes, as Ioanna says, there's loads and loads of really useful resources and templates. So do have a look at both the Life Loop and the repository websites if you're interested in finding out more about that. Are there any particular questions for Ioanna on anything that she presented this morning, or was it all crystal clear so that we can just move on to the next side of things? My question would be, obviously somebody was talking about energy poverty earlier, and I presume the business models don't necessarily, I mean, yeah, what can you say about that? Are there some resources that particularly cover that? Or I suppose maybe it's more the sort of general model. I know the one I was involved with in the UK, we were supplying the energy to the building owner and using the surplus basically to support additional activities around energy poverty. So are there some resources on that in the Life Loop repository of information?
For sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah, it's great.
Great, great. For sure, we have a lot of resources in the repository, but we don't have a specific section about energy poverty in Life Loop's website at the moment, but this is a great idea actually to involve it. But yeah, I would say that energy poverty is an issue that all business models can address. That's why maybe we didn't actually plan to have a specific section for energy poverty. But yes, as you said, in most business models and in most projects nowadays, we have a specific surplus that is donated to energy vulnerable households. We do the same in Greece now in 4 energy communities, and it's something that actually a lot of energy communities do in the European level. So yeah, I will take into account and I will try to incorporate more resources in our website actually.
Yes, great, thank you. Because yes, as you say, it's one of the fundamental sort of principles of lots of energy community activities. So, but having something specific on it might be useful. And it was great to hear from Louis, for example, earlier about how, you know, through the supply model, you can actually make the energy more affordable, which obviously can also help people living in energy poverty. So yeah, that's great. Thank you. Okay, unless there are any questions, we'll pass over to Joseph now from ZEZ. Thank you.
Just a sec to share my screen and to turn off everything in the background. Just a sec. Can you hear me well while you're waiting?
Yes, perfectly. Yeah.
But it managed to freeze my laptop now because I'm using Teams on Chrome, and that's what happens.
I have your presentation if you want me to share it again.
I tweak it a bit.
Okay.
Just a sec. It will unfreeze. Okay. Now it's okay. Too many windows open.
It wouldn't be a webinar if there wasn't some sort of technical glitch.
Yeah.
Just to give everyone a little bit of adrenaline.
Can you see my screen? Is it okay?
Or should I
do it the other way?
Can you do it in in presentation style would be good.
I got a bit rusty with sharing my screen, especially on Microsoft. I'll just do entire screen and.
Great, thank you.
to simplify. Now, is it good?
Yes, great.
Yeah, so as many of the cooperatives, we celebrated 10 years, and this is our photo snap of business models that we did in our 10 years. Hi everyone, I'm Josip Beber, project manager from Green Energy Cooperative. Thank you all for joining and separating some of your work time or free time to hear about our ideas and what we actually do in real life besides EU projects and research. So this is the photo of us having a birthday party, but that's not our only mission. Our mission is to give the energy to the hands of citizens, as many cooperatives have. The energy cooperatives and energy communities have this mission. So we are a social enterprise of 20 people in field of energy, economics, environmental protection, communication. So we have different fields covered here. So currently we are 18 employees, which is a huge number, as we started from 1 to 3, then to 7, right after to 15. And at one moment we managed to grow to 22, which was a bit chaotic, and that might happen if you're successful. So our mission is to assist citizens, private and public sector, in investment and using renewable energy sources. And we are going for a turnkey approach in our long run to realize the solar power plants. So we think that all citizens should benefit from locally available resources that are in their backyard or a few miles away. So we started our big initiative on the sunny side, because we found out that 9 out of 10 citizens need some kind of technical or administrative assistance in process of realization of their own solar power plant. So we actually worked on that to provide them with capacity, with knowledge, with information, but it seems that it's never enough. It's never enough to speak in the media. It's never enough to have these wonderful lectures, and we are not stopping. So we had a tour energy tour, which visited 33 cities and municipalities, and the same number of informative sessions with over 2,000 people who joined us live. Also, we encouraged municipalities to give some kind of subsidies, which were sometimes minimal, sometimes they were just like to encourage people, and sometimes they were like huge. So 40 cities also gave their public funds to the citizens to install their own solar system. And up to now, we are counting about 1 megawatt of solar capacity that we facilitated up this point. And what is this service on the sunny side? So it's a service where we provide the citizens with information, and we guide them through the process of installing solar power plant. But also we connect them with the design houses and installers, but also with banks, with insurer houses. That will happen in the future, and everyone gets their interest there and their share. But in long term, we plan to do things ourselves, because we see that we can do it with a bit more quality, and be this quality control in the market. So we basically what we did in our 5 years. So we managed to develop Croatian market of solar for individuals by offering technical support, installation, and electrical projects for citizens, for individual solar. And now what we do is we are providing them with the opportunity to have group buy, to buy as a group, individuals to buy as a group, and to lower the prices. And we negotiate the prices with the distributors and installers and electrical design project houses, and lowered considerably the prices compared to other companies that are in the same business. In future, we plan also to go for equipment distribution, expand to larger systems rather than households, but also include them. And Our main value is to offer expert advising, very fast installation, best price, and to induce trust by offering high quality information to the citizens or to our customers. So basically, as you might notice, we partner a lot with stakeholders that are not the usual actors in this field, which are cities, regions, citizens. But also here's one example of the bank where we had this creative competition where we gave away 5 solar power plants and 17 main electrical projects. And in 2022, we got 10 people to get roughly 3,000 euros for their solar power plant. And in return, we asked them to share their thoughts and feelings about how they see their solar city. So we got a lot of content which is made by citizens for the citizens, which also helped us to build our marketing strategy around that, to see what are their visions of using renewable energy. To do that all, you need good partners and a very good team. So we have partners that are installers, distributors, installers again, but project houses and certificator. So we do actually, we are educating the customers, managing the process of documentation, which cuts off the work of installers and project houses. And they get the customers that are really ready to install the solar power plant rather than having 20 calls with them and having numerous emails with them. And we are making the expenditure list for the equipment, organize relevant events for them, also to build their own capacity and to share knowledge in between themselves, from non-formal gatherings to expert conferences. So in the team, we have Alice, Vibora, Veselina, Jurica, and Maya, which is a bit huge. So they have various skills that they need to do the work that they do. Alice and Maya, they're experts in customer relationship and sales. They also build the customer capacity, the capacity of the customers, and inform them in informative sessions. Svibor is our master for partnership with cities and to organize these huge events. Veselina is our person for the equipment and for the distributors and for the commerce. And we have Jurica, who can communicate easily with installers and other electrical designers, because he is by his professional work, he's electrical designer. And we managed to make that really fast. And this big text says, okay, is it possible to have the main electrical project within 24 hours? Yes, it is. So you can ask that at our site. Besides on Sunny site, which is really cool business model that we are testing, is also the first business model that we tested. It's a crowdfunding model for solar power plants in Croatia, in the city of Križevci, where we asked people to lend us some money, and in return they get the interest rate. And we funded the solar power plants on the roofs of the public building, and the building gets in self-consumption. They get the lower prices on their bills, and the difference goes to ZEZ to manage the investors, to manage the power plant for 10 years. After 10 years, the power plant is in the hands of the city. So we got 2 projects, 3 kilowatts of each, and we asked people to let us know if they are interested in investment, and mostly they are. So almost 90% of them would like to invest in projects like this and continue to invest. Similar, as Luis said, from Coopernico, the interest is really high if you have good investment returns. So this news was big in Croatia, and many good things happened in the city of Križevci because of that. So much of the knowledge, many new projects came, and the city itself develops in a different way because of that. So this is the basic model that I said. So basically, the cooperative loans takes the loan from the citizens, from the physical persons by contract, It returns the investment from the savings that is made on the customer, on the building itself, which is in the ownership of the city. And we got in this project we got many new things to test out, which is a battery and electric vehicle station. And we got a lot of data from that. So some of the key figures from the first one is that this is in kuna, which is our national, which was our national currency. So every year the power plant manages to save about 5,000 euro. It is 40 kilowatt of power. The investment was about 30,000 euro, and we had 51 investors for the first power plant, and the energy is used for the self-consumption on the building. So this is just to wrap up the whole business model and how things work. And this is the building with solar. And we asked people in the city of Križevci what they think about the city administration before and after the project, and they said that the project that had big positive impact on how they see the administration, because they used the participative approach. They let people from Križevci to invest first, so they have better opinion of them. The last one, last but least, is ZEZ Sun. This is the newest initiative that we have. It's a new cooperative that we founded. So it's basically equity-based energy cooperative, and we plan to develop, similarly to Križevci, solar power plants, which will be founded by the members, not by some people that we had this crowdfunding campaign, but by the members. And it will benefit the members and create additional benefits for the local community. So far, we have about 250 interested citizens on the waiting list, with investment potential of 30,000 to 500,000 euros, which is good for the first projects. This is a picture of the business model, just to explain what we plan to do. It's not the best resolution as I now see, but it will do the job. So we started the cooperative, which will actually work with municipalities. Just let me check if I have the laser pointer. Yeah, here. So the ZEZ Sun works with the municipality, which issues a public procurement that favors the citizen criteria. So we developed the project for them. We install the solar power plant on the building, and after that we sell the energy to the energy market via some of the distributors for now. So from the revenue, people who invested in that are members, they get annual yield, and some of that we plan to also give to the community back via community fund, for example, planting trees or something like that. And in some time in future, we hope to see a bit different model than this. It's quite similar to the Lives Loops Greek model, which actually is a very similar process, but the difference is in the energy sharing. So the members will get the energy, not the money, and from the energy they will save from their energy bills, and they will in time also invest some in community funds from their savings. And for the end, in Life Loop project, we had one more pilot in Romania. They have 3 scenarios of development for their business models. Their main player is municipality that will fund energy community. And it will actually, the municipality will act as a facilitator with design houses and installers to negotiate the prices for collective purchase of electric projects on some house owners and multi-apartment owners. They will get the reduced price of installation, electric projects, and that will be it. So the municipality funds also workshops, informative sessions, and contact points, public crowdfunding, which can be similar to the on Sunnyside on-site service that we provide as this. And in third scenario, they plan to go a bit bigger, where I call it business community, this energy community, will gather the members to invest into solar on public buildings or a bigger power plant that is in the plans of the city, and they get the money back or energy distributed back to the cooperative members. We'll still have to find out a bit more about how they plan to do it, because the project hasn't ended yet. And for now, that's it from me. I hope that you enjoyed the presentation, and I am open for questions, if you're still there.
Yeah, we're still there. That was great. Thank you very much. And perfect timing. We've got 3 minutes now for any final questions or comments, if there are any from the audience or from the panel. I mean, with the installation, with the business models you were just talking about, in terms of putting the panels on, for example, public roofs, obviously they get a roof rental for that, but they can also buy the cheaper electricity. Is that the case? So it's a double benefit for the municipality. For example.
We plan to have power plants in 2 stages. So the first stage would be to install the solar in the sun model, to install the solar up to the capacity of that building, because that model is very favorable in the investment wise. But what's left from the roof? For example, if you have a large school with large roof but low consumption, you have the rest of the roof that you can pay. You can get nice funds from the electricity market by selling the energy, and then giving 1 to 2, 3, or 5% back as a rental fee to the city, and the city can do with that money what they want.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Great. And then my other question was, with the sunny side approach, and I really love the idea of being able to install your solar panels in 24 hours. You have your idea on the Monday and it's installed by the Wednesday. It's perfect.
That's just for the electrical project, but it's a bit longer process for the whole thing.
Yeah, sure. But my question was around, for example, economies of scale. So, for example, when you're working with installers, the fact that you guys are kind of helping to coordinate things, does that mean that the householders that want to install solar can then also get slightly reduced costs on their installation?
They get I think it's not the best price on the market, because we don't like to push the equipment that is bad, that is of low quality. That
sure.
In 7 to 13 years, be bad or something will happen. Because that's a big reputational risk, and we don't want to install something that doesn't make sense. We're not the cheapest. That's the case. But for what we offer the best and the cheapest in that rank. And we do it with partners, because with large volume that we have of people on the sunny side, it's easy to get the prices down. And also, if one installer goes to one place and installs 3 of the solar PV on that place, he can leave his materials there, his van there in that area, and that reduces the price. So that's how we manage to negotiate.
Brilliant. Yes, makes so much sense, doesn't it? Rather than having all these different businesses going all over the place installing, well, if you can coordinate it in that way, that makes sense for everybody. Brilliant. Well, it's exactly 11:30. Oh, yes, Lewis.
Sorry, can I just have a little
that's
question
great.
to Joseph about the sunny side, and I see that is more about the individual self-consumption, because I know I had already this talk with Joseph, but I wanted to ask, because your regulations are changing in Croatia for allowing energy sharing, and to implement that, how are you intended to put the energy sharing as a whole? You are planning to do, for example, organization or cooperative individual installations, and then put them to share, or you are planning to do more like the second model, which you put as a roof for example, public building, and you do that sharing?
I mean, it really depends. For the sunny side, for now, it's mainly focused on individual self-consumption, because that's the only thing that's possible on the market. But with ZEZ Sun, in long term, as you've seen, we plan to have this opportunity for people who don't have access to their own roofs. I mean, they don't have a roof, they are in an apartment, but they are lacking the opportunity to invest. And that's the part where we come in and offer these bigger investments on public schools or these public roofs that are accessible. It will be interesting also we got many inquiries until now. If I can share my electricity to the neighbor and stuff like that, I would give it for free to the kindergarten. So many people called us because they have oversized solar power plants because they didn't do it with us, so it wasn't the right size. But yeah, we have lots of inquiries. But in time, we'll see what is the best approach. When we see how complicated it is, what are the costs of energy sharing in Croatia. But I would prefer the term not even energy sharing, but energy exchange, because if you just share the energy, you cannot exchange also the funds sometimes, which is very restricting in a way, I would argue.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, but in time we are considering it. And if you have a business model that's ready in your country, I'm happy to listen.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you
Try
so
to
much.
develop that.
Thank you for the questions. Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah. I have two last things to say. One is that normally when we finish a session like this, Teams generates a link to the video and people try and access it, and normally it's not very helpful. We can't see the video on that link, so we will download the video and put it on the website and send that round. And really, I just want to thank all the speakers today, because it was really, really inspiring to hear everything that you've been doing. It's just really, yeah, really, really great and sort of life affirming, in these days of climate breakdown. It's just so great to see these shining examples. So thank you so much for inspiring us all. And I like the comment in the chat that says from Dudley that says, "Thank you, pure excellence. Well done all." So thanks so much to you all. It was really, really, really interesting and inspiring. And we'll be sharing all the resources, the film, and the presentations on the website in the next few days. Thanks so much, everybody. See you soon. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Have a nice
Bye.
day. Take care.